shadow, the hedgehog 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 shadow, the hedgehog
Beautiful. I was cutting the...
Are you telling me you built a time machine?
YouTube poo tennis.
So I turned the mic.
Here it is. Now my image is in your image.
Friend. Turn. We meet face to face. In the page. Did you bring the page? Who are you? Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Nineroe.
Being is in the mind. Being is in the mind.
I was cutting.
And being is in the mind.
Is fat.
I've never talked to you before.
Being
MycroProcessor, you've been a very naughty Jolteon. You did not include an image of
Game buff.
in your previous round. Please add your response after the beep. Beep.
being
in your previous round. Please add your response after the beep.
being
I think I'm close to navigating some sort of doorway.
I've never talked to you before.
hours 40 minutes and 42 seconds p.m. Teams on post. Hey, lady, you ever been to Belgium? 12 hours 41 minutes and 4 seconds p.m. Jean with Bodie Lady says hello. Shortly once. In the Belgian address. Yes, 12 hours 41 minutes and 0 seconds p.m. Jean with Bodie Lady says hello. It was 12 hours 41 minutes and 25 seconds p.m. Teams on toast. I went when I was 12 for a school field trip. 12 hours 41 minutes and 37 seconds p.m. Teams on toast. It was shortly after my birthday. 12 hours 41 minutes and 48 seconds p.m. Jean with Bodie Lady says hello. Where did you go? 12 hours 41 minutes and 55 seconds p.m. Gus? Okay. Fuck my life. 12 hours 42 minutes and 59 seconds p.m. Teams on toast. I can't remember those. I believe we went to a graveyard to see poppies. It was on that day. 12 hours 43 minutes and 7 seconds p.m. Okay. Nice. 12 hours 43 minutes and 59 seconds p.m. Vertical line edited 12 hours 44 minutes and 6 seconds p.m. Jean with Bodie Lady says hello. Wow. Visiting graveyard in A. School trip. Set with 12 hours 44 minutes and 20 seconds p.m. Teams on toast. It was also in June. Summertime. 12 hours 44 minutes and 49 seconds p.m. Just. Okay. I visited the cemetery on a school trip when I was 11. 12 hours 44 minutes and 53 seconds p.m. Just. Okay. Loved it. 12 hours 45 minutes and 28 seconds p.m. Just. Okay, I belong to a cemetery. I'm dead inside anyway. So let me go. 12 hours 45 minutes and 30 seconds p.m. Jean with Bodie Lady says hello. Well, they're charged with the history of everyone that's buried there. I know we wait up here to the job I was a see the little boonie my the casino next and job you to what work for him let's have we not midnight night small me got yes well next and job you to what work yes well my the casino but we go down to the cold and we do that. The cat man will next time to walk out. You will call those. It's not right. The cat is not next time to walk out. The cat. I'm a petty little thing. I'm just next and go to walk out to it. Now it is nice and that's why you just walk out. Wolf not me nice and the cat I need to next then and you don't go out for yeah top yes well but nice and the cat now we put next then no we don't go out those what did you do? I'm a petty the little boonie nice and the cat the little next then no we don't go out those it took down for 5 to Wolf not meet nice and touch the cedar net and no little the rock roast. Circulate through itself, out the one of the rock. Wolf not meet nice and touch the net and no little the rock roast either. So I'm a set the little beneath nice and touch your neck and no little the rock roast. I snapped and tried the neck. No push. I was at the little beneath my feet and no little the rock roast. What? You do. Yeah. Wolf not meet my feet at the little neck and no little the rock roast.
Eventually he gained access to Sony Vegas.
Since he was already used to using bad programs to make good stuff, he didn't have much of a problem adapting to Sony
Vegas, which was much easier to use for what he was trying to do in his videos. At this point, he'd really gotten into YouTube poop tennis. And it became the he did 19. to poop. He also uses, in addition to,
Yo, listen up, here's the story about a little guy.
Welcome back to Poke News with Jolteon.
Everything is free if you got a gun. A lot of people don't know this.
Capitalism is a system that has been doomed to fail since forever.
Capitalism systems. This has been doomed to fail since forever.
MycroProcessor system that has been doomed to fail since forever.
But so yeah, and these banks are real currency because they're recognized by the government, of course. And these banks are real.
That's moving disorder. That's moving disorder. That's moving. Disorder. That's moving. Disorder. Cancer, that's moving, disorder. Cancer, that's moving, disorder. Council has moved disorder. Council has moved disorder. Consider as moving disorder. Consider as moving disorder. Cancer as moving disorder. Cancer as moving disorder. Consider that's moving disorder. Consider that's moving disorder. Let's move it. Disorder. Let's move it. Disorder. Kansas, that's moving. Disorder. Kansas, that's moving. Disorder. MycroProcessor. That's moving disorder. That's moving disorder. MycroProcessor. Let's move it. Disorder. MycroProcessor. Let's move it. Disorder.
getting perfect. And he getting perfect. And he things getting perfect. Things getting perfect.
I'm so hungry, I could eat it all.
getting perfect.
I'm so hungry, I could eat it all. Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat it all.
I think about it.
My name's Laval. Why would
Confident friend isn't free.
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat this all.
My name's Laval. Why would
Confident friend isn't free.
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat this all.
My name's Lyle. Why would
Confident friend isn't free.
I'm so hungry, I could eat it all!
My name's Lyle. Why would
Confident friend isn't free.
I'm so hungry, I could eat it all!
Thanks again.
My name's Lyle. Why would
Confident friend isn't free.
I'm so hungry, I could eat this up!
Thanks again.
My name's Lyle. Why would
Confident friend is
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat this up!
My name's Lyle. Why would
confident friend isn't free.
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat this up.
My name's Lyle. Why would
confident friend isn't free.
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat this up.
My name's Lyle. Why would
confident friend isn't free.
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat it all.
My name's Why would confident friend isn't free.
Boy, I'm so hungry, I could eat it all.
confident friend isn't free.
I'm so hungry, I could eat this.
Thanks, getting
My name's Why would confident friend isn't free.
I'm so hungry, I could eat this.
Poking News with Jolteon.
Welcome to the Y2P Internet Information Center. There are two visuals you should acknowledge. Here is the first.
That's a crazy video!
We need to save the princess, and you have got to assist us. Here's some information on how to save the princess. There we go. We have Shadow the Hedgehog to hold down a note on the computer. We need to align the Jolteon with the rotation of the signal. Then we may be able to access the information database. Oh hey, I just recognized that song from round 5 that I used that I didn't hear the last few times I watched this part of the video. Wow, Nineroe, you really are a YTP tennis star. I'm glad that I have had this match with you, Nineroe. I am glad to be in your biology. There are 72 items in the tennis community, and 3 of them are available. Which one will you pick? 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 Death. Which one? Information Center. We're going to space. Oh, hey, look, it's Sonic. We activated Transparent Sonic by rotating the Jolteon in sync with the information database. We got to level 3. Alright, I'm Knuckle. Oh no. Is this not this guy? I don't like that pair. They're not. No, they're not. And then you can't. I mean, you can't because they're not. You can't. That's not how it goes. No. You can't. Not that. Not. No. That's not how it goes. Not. I mean, no. You can't not. If no. Definitely. Direct? No. No. I just can't not tell you. No. It's not how it goes. Wow, that was really quiet compared to usual. I apologize about Knuckles. He's very erratic sometimes. Please stop killing me every time you look at my eye. Hi, I'm Mewtwo. I have 2 necks. Don't touch that one. It's the advanced one. Only advanced students can touch that neck. Nineroe started making YTPs in 2008. Do you know how I know that? I used a website called StewWiki. Let's learn about Nineroe and his... He was already using bad programs to make good stuff. StewWiki Nineroe. Enter. At this point. Oh, I didn't spell Nineroe right. Here we go. Oh, it doesn't even have a StewWiki article. What a bust. That's just fake. Darn. I think he might not have one, or I just can't find it. Oh well, so much for the improvised learning about the history of YouTube Poon. Guess what? I have some big news. There's some more Jolteons. We can use these to save the world. We have... There's 3 right there. 2 right there. We're missing one. Where's the last one? Oh yeah, that guy right here. Maybe you want to take a look around my house. Let's see what we've got in my environment. We have Sonic Mega Collection, but that's not a real game. That's 7 games. And we have Sonic Heroes. That game came out in 1993. We have Sonic the Hedgehog. I think this game is really infamous. It came out in 2006. It's infamous for being really bad, and people don't like it. I don't know why people don't like it, because it's a good game. But, you know, some people... Oh, hey, here's Super Monkey Ball Delinux. I played that. That's right, this couch had Wreath Rappo sitting in it. So, since it is the very important day of the year, March 33rd, 2018, I believe it is time. It's time to do a very serious review of the YTB tennis match between YouTube forum user Nineroe and YouTube forum user MycroProcessor. Let's analyze the history of this tennis match. Let's go all the way to YouTube. Okay. We're on the right page. So here's round one. Started quite humbly with this. Oh hey, I have a Shadow the Hedgehog plush. How fitting. I might as well bring him out for the interview. So, Shadow the Hedgehog, what do you think about round one? Well, I think round one is round one. One problem with round one is that it uses the song Dino Land from the video game Dino Land. And Robert Fripp didn't compose that song. And it's illegal to use images of Robert Fripp in YTPMVs of pieces of music that he didn't compose. Yeah, I did. And there's nothing you can do about it. Now, I love this part. This part is like a YTPMV. And it's in 15. Or 4478 switching. I mean, that's so cool. Nineroe really was trying to tailor to my interests. This is probably one of my absolute favorite YTPs or tennis rounds of all time, honestly. So, you know, to respond to it was pretty a task. It took a lot of information gathering of my brain, and I had to remove my brain because you're not allowed to have a brain if you make videos, you know? It's kind of a rule. Whenever I make a YTP, I just remove my brain from my brain so that I no longer have one. So what I did here is I added, like, another Ripple.Zero song on top of the one that he added. And I referenced an extremely old video of mine, and then I kind of did a lot of that because Nineroe was referencing a lot of my old videos, so I referenced a lot of my other old videos. I don't know his videos well enough to do that. I guess I could have looked them up. Oh well. Oh yeah, this was a fun YTPMV to make. It was pretty fun to do thing. And then I kind of turned into another one here. I like how I can hear there's remnants of other parts of the previous round where I took the drums from in there. Maybe it's a bit odd to like praise my own video, but you know, what else am I supposed to do? I'm reviewing my own video. I'm riding on the trampoline. Amatria is an age in Myst 3 where you ride on a trampoline after you beat the game. Oh yeah, so this is the introduction of Architect 1. So yeah, I started using Architect 1 in all of my videos because she's an interesting entity in the world. Oh yeah, here's where I took, the theme of Dinoland from before, but I split it between the different tracks, so it kind of basically I just stretched out the individual tracks in the actual file. I rendered them all separately and then put them all at different speeds and pitches, so that way it'd be really disconcerting and weird and sound like a broken Sega Genesis thing. And now it's back Discipline again. Oh yeah, I use Discipline because I remember that Nineroe likes King Crimson and stuff, and so it's one of my favorite King Crimson songs. So, what do you think this round and round 1 did? Sorry about the technical difficulties. I had to turn everything off because of some stuff that was not working on the phone, but here's back to the video. Oh yeah, this was just kind of when I was just doing that weird, excessively spacey thing. It's actually barely edited at all. I mean, most of any visual stuff is from round 1. I still wanted it to kind of have some point, it wasn't just completely random, so I did kind of have some stuff that was deliberately sort of unexpected or excessively repetitive, I guess. I like things that are boring, they're funny. This is literally just multiple sections of this video and pre-renders spit up in that pixelated section. So yeah, that bean is in the mine quote. That was just the thing that Architect 1, aka 52 of him, just messaged me on Skype one day, a video message, and I had no idea what it meant, and I decided to use it in the video, and now it's the videos. So yeah, Nineroe's 9-3 was probably one of the best responses I've ever received in any tennis match. I said that in the thread, and I do mean it. Just every detail is so well done. This references Myst. He clearly either already knew some of the details or researched them to, just appeal to me, because this is really, really great and well done. Obviously, he edited Myst to say micro instead of Myst, which that is why my name's spelled with a Y. It's because of the Myst series. So now this part was extremely awesome, where it kind of turned the isometric Jolteon walking into a first-person actual location, and that was just beautiful. I love you, Nineroe. Thank you for existing. And then he put the bean in my mind. That's really cute. This is another little Y2KMV. Image. Oh, I have been? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sad now. Well, you'll see what I did to that in the next round later. Ah, I love this song. Oh yeah, this is one of the most genius parts of like the entire match, is using the planetarium thing and mist, and kind of acting like it's like time travel device. It was super cool. Now please listen to this audio. I guess I might as well listen to this audio. This is some pretty nice audio, I guess. It's not exactly what I think of when I think of death metal, but you know. Well, Master Gramson, have you found your son named Mr. Slapland? No, I'm afraid I haven't. Are you looking for him? Yeah, I'm looking for my son named Oh, that's a very avant-garde name. Why'd you name your son that? Oh, it was the name of a tennis round. Don't ask. It's kind of a long story, but you know. Finally on to round 4. Oh, this already has been partially watched. Okay. So this round has the distinction of breaking the record of longest tennis round. I guess when I made it, I was kind of like really, I guess, out of it or uninspired to make like a really effects-based thing like the previous few rounds have been leaning towards, because I mean I'm kind of known for like crazy complex effects, but I didn't really want to make something like that, so I just went more for a really silly and unusually styled video. Oh yeah, so that had a number of meanings there. It's, you know, the response after the bean, because the sentence makes it say bean, and then I had bean from Sonic the Fighter Zoom In. But this is supposed to be a picture of Game Bop, and the reason it's a picture of Game Bop is it's been kind of an inside joke between me and him for a while that Game Bop is round 4 of my match with Furnace-Lee. So it's just the entire round 4 of my match with Furnace-Lee placed into my video here. One time Game Up actually roleplayed as that on Halloween, although I don't remember it, but apparently he did. He roleplayed as this video for Halloween on the forums with their whole Halloween roleplaying thing. Sample text. You always need sample text to get through a video. Oh, it's Architect 1 again. You know, one thing I don't think I pointed out is that this song is actually the same song as one of the FM synth songs that keeps playing in this. Oh, well, that one. Actually, I'm not sure if this part of the video came up, but I might have just spoiled you. Oops, oh well. But yeah, more Beans references. So this is kind of a long, like, drawn-in section of, like, a bunch of, iterations of Windows Movie Maker, editing on top of itself. You kind of see it deconstruct itself, because it starts off like the highly edited version, and then it kind of reverses, although it's kind of scrambled up actually, because this is like not even the same section. But basically I included every pre-render and like the final results all at once, just to extend this whole Windows Movie Maker section. So it gets pretty long. It's essentially like an entire puzzle pieces video, but out of order and backwards in the middle of a tennis round. And originally when I made this video, it was kind of going to be like a more thematic, like, history of YTP tennis video. So that's kind of why I did this in Windows Movie Maker, because I wanted to like be like, oh, this is how I made videos in 2008. Because I try to emulate like the craziest effects you could make in Vegas with only using Windows Movie Maker and Wax in combination, which was kind of a weird combination, but that's what I used. But I guess I just kind of wanted to like, when I realized that idea, it wasn't really too ambitious. I just didn't feel like doing it. It just was kind of getting really, it didn't seem like I would enjoy making that video. So, because I wanted to do like all kinds of stuff, like have the the mist planetarium chair and like the screen on it, like, and the dates on it all go to different like periods of time in YTP tennis history, and go to like old videos of Nineroe and mine, and go into the future and kind of conceptualize videos that don't exist yet and stuff like that. Like, I just thought that would be a really cool concept that would be interesting with everything else, but I just couldn't do it because it was too, I guess it was too specific. Like, it was too much of like a concrete idea, and I think I work best in YTPs when I'm really a lot more improvised, and I just create what comes to my head. Like, I do a lot of like really meticulous like stuff sometimes, but it's still usually pretty off the top of my head. I think when I have too much of a plan, it gets in the way sometimes. Not always, I don't know. So sometimes I have a plan and I can stick to it, but I prefer to be more improvised, I think. I think we're possibly getting towards the end of this long Windows Movie Maker section. That's another thing I did, is I used a lot of like music that I would have used in 2008 but wouldn't have as likely used now, because I was obsessed with this version of Norfair and from Brawl, and I was obsessed with like Mega Man Battle Network and music from that. And I was obsessed with like Steve Reich and like music that was kind of minimalist like that too. So I had a lot of that in as the fading background things. That's the thing that I still do, and I've done ever since like 2007, before I even made YCPs. Is like I would just kind of fade a bunch of music together in weird strings and patterns and layer it so you can't tell what's going on. Some kind of whatever. That's the thing I've always liked doing. This section is so much longer than it seems like it should be. But that's okay. That's kind of the point of this video, is just to be excessive. Stretch things out for the sake of it. It doesn't matter. Now it's really funny to me to watch this, because it's getting to the point where you're really early on in the puzzle pieces iterations, so it's just like barely edited. I mean, it's still highly edited in specific ways, but like just slow transitions between everything instead of fast cuts. And this part doesn't even have any audio because I made it in wax, isolated. Oh yeah, then I got Sony Vegas in 2008. See, this is if I had been doing like the whole Time Machine video. This would have been the transition, because the next thing that comes up, this is like something I would have stereotypically made in like an early Vegas time period. It's not something I would make now, it's something I would have made in like 2008 when I first got Vegas. And then at this point I was basically just making fun of myself for myself being really pretentious all the time, and then acting like I make art videos when they pretty much just randomly slap things that aren't even enjoyable to watch together just because I like weird things, and that's what YTP is about for me. It's videos that are weird and don't make sense that they exist. I guess at this point it's kind of non sequitur to, like, it doesn't really align with the plot anymore, because this music is like 2008 music that I made. Actually, I made this in 2007, but I would have used this in like pre-Vegas era. I wouldn't have used it now. Oh, but now you can hear the song that Architect One was singing earlier. Oh, someone came on my own Skype. Well, that was my brother. I wonder what he'll think of this video. I wonder what anyone will think of this video. I think most people will probably think that this video exists. This is actually a song I made in like 2007 or 2008 too, that I later turned into YTPMV, which you might recognize if you know my videos well, but I don't know if you would. It was in an old tennis tournament, the three-way tennis tournament. Hey, it's blank space. That's like my favorite thing to put in videos. Oh, this is another thing I've turned into a YTPMV later, but composed in like 2007. Just kind of put it in the video. And this is another, I think this was supposed to be part of like that 2008 early Sony Vegas section, because I would definitely not make this now. It was, that was when I was, my main obsession was Mega Man ZX. Although actually I think I made that decision to this, because I wanted to put this song in, because I was, like at the time of making this video, like MagFest had just done Area F from Mega Man ZX, also known as Wonder Panoramatic Concert. I became obsessed with their live version. So I was playing the right speaker. The left speaker's an arrangement of, I think, the Mission Clear music in Mega Man 02. And this section is basically just the previous rounds, like, with some combination of, like, TV simulator and linear blur, like really basic over everything, and just randomly chopped up, but like not even chopped up well. It's just like chunks of 10 seconds scrambled around amongst empty space. This is really just filler. I was actually planning on maybe going back to this and editing it more, but you know, it doesn't matter, because I think, you know, this whole long tennis thing, like it was actually inspired, like when I broke the record the first time, like years ago, in my match with Astrament, it was very much inspired by a post Rabbit Snore made, which was talking about how he wanted to do like jazz tennis, and that was just kind of like tennis where it was just really improvisational, like jazz, and really long form. Like it wasn't, if you made something, you just kind of put it there, even if, you know, you could do, you know, more precise edits to it. You didn't have to do that. You could just like slap things in and abstractly kind of mix everything around. And you could have like solos, like, you know, things where you just take like one really short thing and expand upon it. You know, it was interesting how he was paralleling going to a jazz concert to how you could make that work in YTP or tennis. That he wanted to have a match like that, but then he disappeared. But then I decided I could try something like that with Ashkerman, except I never made round 3. I'm gonna do that at some point. But then I guess I decided to make this video, which is obviously, you know, in the same vein. I have other videos, you know, that are in this kind of style. But anyways, you know, that tangent was basically just to explain, you know, I don't think it really is that important to, in this kind of style, at least what I was going for, have every section be, like, equally developed or anything. It's like, it's very freeform and very just put in stuff wherever. I guess it's different in this. It's different than like actual jazz, because actual jazz you would try to have like a good soloist that, you know, makes every section interesting no matter what. And I did try to make every section a little bit interesting, but I still wanted it to feel really, really improvisational and not like I was spending too much time editing any particular section. I wanted to just keep going and going deeper into the video and messing more and more and just leaving stuff as it was once I was done messing around with it. Actually, I think this whole like section is literally the entire previous round. Like I said, it was part of the previous one, I think, but it's literally the entire previous round chopped up really in big groups and scrambled, but not, you know, that scrambled, just enough to be something. I think this ends when this song ends, and this is about to end, so I don't even remember what the next section is. This video's too long. Oh yeah, this was kind of added. I guess I just reversed everything. Oh, actually, I think this might go through like literally the entire round up to this point, and then just like speed it up ×4 and reverse it. And I think I keep doing that back and forth until it becomes like static. So it's still going to be quite a while of just like looking at, you know, stuff. I like it. What I like about YTV is it really doesn't have to be anything. Like, it can just be a completely unwatchable mess of stuff that goes on for too long and still be interesting that it exists and still just kind of be a part of a tennis match. Like, that's what's so cool, is that this all interconnects. I'm pretty sure most people who watched this video didn't even, like, watch it intently. They just kind of had it on the background as they were doing stuff, and that's kind of what I probably expected most people to do. That's what I would do. It's just, like, ambience of visuals to just kind of put on, and stuff happens. And now it's going forwards again, except sped up ×4, so this will go faster. And then, you know, I keep adding different filters every time I reverse and sped up. Actually, this technically isn't the entire video up to the point. I think it skips certain sections because I did this during like an earlier pre-render before I decided to place some other things back earlier in the video. So this is actually kind of interesting if anyone like actually bothers to look at what that is. Now everything's squished. YTP test was invented in 2011. Everyone knows that, right? That was when I came up with this part because I think either Super Coffee or someone, I'm pretty sure it was Super Coffee, was in a voice call with him and he was singing this song, and then I went on Sony Vegas, or it might have been Sony, I don't know, I think, yeah, I guess it was Sony Vegas, and I just took this song and messed with the pitch and speed as it was playing, kind of emulating like One Otrix Point Never's like early stuff, where he did a lot of stuff. Oh, sorry, that was a delay. My phone ran out of space again because it doesn't have high capacity, so I had to. There's actually a low drop in quality, but that shouldn't matter because this whole video is going to be really low quality anyways. So back to the review. Oh yeah, so this is like that silly AMV ish thing of Total Eclipse of the Heart. Oh yeah, that was the other joke, is that it's Total Eclipse of the Heart, and I used the character Eclipse the Darkling from Sonic Comics, which I actually have right here under these discs. Let's get them out, just because why not? Eclipse the Darkling, he's evil alien, he's a character in modern Sonic comics. Isn't that pretty advanced of information? I'm trying to turn the pages. Oh no, he's sad because Shadow killed his dad. That's sad. Why did you do that? Don't do that. And the music fades into interesting piece of music that my brother made, except really broken and distorted and vibratoed by Sony Vegas definition of that, of course. Oh, also another thing I didn't exactly mention, well, actually I don't remember what I was gonna say. Well anyways, now we're on the Robotnik's Beam Machine, and obviously this is a reference to the whole beam is in the mind thing that we've been going with for the rounds so far. Oh no, the thing came up and it's... So what's layered over this is actually a recycled YTP of mine from like, I guess 2009. It was viewer it was one of the multiple videos that was called "You Are Jolteon, You Are Sharp," but spelled wrong. And this one I made for the Pokemon collab back then. I think this is before it became associated with Jolteon, is when I made that, but it had been a thing for me for quite a while. And I don't know, I'm going to talk about that gradually because it repeats itself quite a lot. Let's do this. I'm listening to the audio. Stop telling me to listen to it. So I literally included an entire tool-assisted speedrun in my video. Sped up, but still, I mean, the actual length of it could fit in the video too. It's a long video. It's like 40 minutes. So this is like the recycled video of like the first iteration, and I kept re-recycling it inside itself in a bunch of iterations to see how distorted it could get. And that's the song that plays when a Jolteon gets mad. This Jolteon's mad at you for some reason. I don't know why. Just a lot of this like excessively like repetitive style definitely was more meant to just be thought of as like something you kind of passively watch, but or actively analyze, but like not as you're watching, more just like you try to figure out like how it changes in each iteration. Round 6 is like that too, but you're watching round 6 right now, so you probably figured that out already. I wonder if I had just kept going with this single recycled video and did it like for 50 iterations, I wonder if it would become unrecognizable or if it would just be like variations on the same thing. So one completely unintentional reference was the fact that this chat log from the tennis chat that I just put into Microsoft's Anna and slowed down had beans on toast talking, so that unintentionally referenced the whole beans and minds thing. Oh yeah, I guess I wasn't even paying attention to the fact that, like, now it's recycling different videos, but it's still the same sources. It's recycling YTP MVs that, like, had audio effects that can't really get affected by recycling them, unfortunately, because they use too many audio effects, so... But... I'm gonna turn this down because I can't even hear my own voice over the video. Not that I'm even talking, but...
I belong to a cemetery. Can't get inside anyway. 12 hours, 45 minutes, and 30 seconds p.m. King Bodhi Levy says and out. Well, they're charged with the history of everyone that's buried there.
Oh, and this is kind of like the fake end. That's a spoiler, but you probably already know anyways. And then it's finally you get to hear the song that Architect 1 was singing earlier in the round. Like, this is the part she was singing. And now here's where I made a mistake, but I just kept it. Well, I didn't make a mistake. The rendering just glitched out, and for some reason, like, I had it render overnight when I was asleep, but for some reason, like, the render to just reverse the entire, like, previous section of the video only registered every other frame, and also cut off around 40 minutes into the video, or like 10 minutes into the reverse version of the video. But the fact that it's, you can't really tell very well in this recording, but in the actual video you can tell easily, is it's only every other frame is there. Every other frame is black, so it creates a really harsh strobe effect that's hard to look at. But I always liked strobe effects. That was the thing that I always liked in YTPs. I guess I just like the whole sensory overload aspect of these types of YTPs. I just always like excessive complexity and excessive, like, everything. Excessive length and excessively stretching things out to pointless degrees. Even if it's at the cost of watchability, I always just like that sort of excess and weirdness. So I guess I'm attracted to strobes for the same category of reason. It's hard to look at, and somehow that's attractive about the videos. So yeah, I kept the mistake. I could have had, you know, an hour-long round, because originally it was going to be the first 30 minutes of the round were reversed. Like the first 30 minutes of the round would be exactly the same as the last 3 minutes of the round reversed. It would be symmetrical. But instead it's like the last 10 minutes of the round or the last 10 minutes before it in the round reversed, and then it only adds up to 40 minutes in the end. But that's okay. It's still a cool video. It's still pretty absurd, and technically still broke the record for longest YTP tennis rounds. You could argue that it still holds the record, if you don't want to count the silly cutoff prevention joke in round 5, but technically round 5's like actual video length is 50 minutes, and this is 40 minutes, so it's technically longer. Whereas round 6 is obviously longer than both of these, by far. But You know, that's just the fun of making these videos, is doing weird things. Man, you know, it's like, yeah, man, like, yeah, you know, like, yeah. Like, you know, I'm gonna give myself a headache by staring at my phone screen so closely and like a strobing my TV. But, you know, that's I'm so attracted to stuff that like gives people seizures and stuff, which is so visually assaulting and intense. I feel bad for anyone who has epilepsy that has happened to stumble upon my videos. If anyone does. I mean, they probably know well enough to exit before it starts to actually affect them, because that's usually how it works, at least among the epileptics that I know. It's interesting how certain sections of this like sound exactly the same forwards and backwards, and other parts don't. Hey Ryolu, what are you doing in the video? I'm watching the video. Okay, Ryolu, that's nice to know. It's a very advanced convolution. We're all advanced in this world. Advanced enough to touch Mewtwo's second neck. Well, maybe not that advanced. Wouldn't you like it if you just turned into a statue randomly and then you couldn't move anymore? I would like that. That'd be really interesting. Oh hey look, it's some guys. There's some the people and stuff. And they're like all like some people. I love the way this part is slowed down, both forwards and backwards. It's really cool. And this is such a visual review. If you understand everything about life. Everything about the world. Everything about Information City. This reverse music and like the pitch shifting of it, the pitch bending of it, I guess, like fits really well with the backwards Mean Bean Machine. Look at the world spinning. Spinning right round in mist. That's what this video is. Total eclipse, the darkling of the heart. Hi, I'm Quillava. Hello, my name is MycroProcessor 15. I have 23 pieces of information in my head. They might be useful for you. I'm sorry, but that is an unauthorized process. You require punishment. Here is the punishment. You have to go like this. Oh, I'm sorry for doing something incorrectly. I will not do it like that again. Jeez, guys, you gotta chill. Not everything's all about, like, these rigid procedures, man. Okay. So, yeah, now we're on round 5. Round 5 is pretty advanced. This round, I didn't like it as much as 1 or 3, but I still liked it. And it's definitely not, I didn't have like any problems with it. It was good. And round 5 is technically 52 minutes long. So there's been the Dynamite from round 4, and it's being messed with and VHS type effects, and then Nineroe separated this out into sections, which I thought was interesting, because that's the thing I did in some videos back from a long time ago. Oh no, the computer froze. I'll just turn the quality down, because this doesn't need to be high quality. It's already low quality on the phone. I don't think that'll even fix anything. Oh no. Well, if I can't watch on YouTube, I can just watch it on... If YouTube locks up too many times again, I can just watch it on the actual video file, because, you know, I downloaded this video to make the next round. I was kind of lost in thought. Sorry about that. Yeah, I guess I should be commentating on this video. And this video is like pretty trippy and like flowing compared to Nineroe's other ones, so I don't have as much like to actively say about it. You know, I feel bad for commenting on mine a lot and then not commenting on his. Oh yeah, so I used the previous round there. This whole video is just like a bunch of really absurd like juxtapositions and contrasts of things that don't fit with each other, and I guess that works for this kind of lengthening type style. This video is about 10 minutes long, like before it goes to the extreme cutoff prevention. So it's not as extreme as rounds 3 or 5, but it's still pretty extreme. So here he puts Architect 1 in the sink and pours the beans on it. Oh hey, there's Sonic in the background. I didn't notice that before. I love all these like really repetitive things that Nineroe does, where it's like repetitive, like in terms of the pacing, but the visuals are all completely different. This part's super impressive, and I kind of feel bad that like my rounds like 4 and 6 I'm doing like such weird things with them, because I could be doing like all these effecty things and, you know, appending to the YTPMVs, because it's not like I'm incapable of that. It's just I don't feel like doing that. I feel like doing just like silly, weird stuff that doesn't make sense to do, I guess. Oh yeah, I have to do the thing that I was doing in the one thing. That was a cool thing to do. This is probably my favorite section of the video, especially because it works really well with, like, I don't know, it just works well with stuff that I kind of wanted to do. I love like 3D in videos in general. I think I tend to think in 3D more than 2D. Like, at least in terms of like the palette space for like a YTP. So sometimes it almost weirds me out when a video is like entirely like 2D cuts and things, even though that used to be how my own videos were. But once I started, I mean, I used Wax like back when I used Windows Movie Maker, but like once I started really using Wax, and once I started using After Effects or like actual 3D software in my YTPs, it sometimes seems weird to me to have like all 2D, you know, layers and never having like depth to things, and only having like the 2 dimensions. But so I like how this has lots of that. There's stuff that either is 3D or looks or feels 3D. This whole round is like that. It's one of those things that neither my round 4 or 6 are like that. Both of these rounds are pretty uncharacteristic of like what I would normally make, but that's okay because I wanted to do stuff. Oh, it's the AMV again. Maybe I should go get Shadow. I'll go get Shadow just so I can have a thing on the thing. Hi Shadow, what's up? Do you like this AMV? Is that a yes or a no? I can't tell. Well, if you don't like it, then I guess you should tell Nineroe that you don't like it and make round 6 have a better AMV than this one. Nineroe actually did a lot of really clever subtle edits there that I didn't mess with too much, but oh well. This video's cool in its own ways, I guess. This video is in my round 6. TV in space. this is where you're talking about me.
Eventually you gain access to so many things.
Since he was already used to using bad programs to make good stuff, he didn't have much of a problem adapting his own.
Which was much easier to use. What he was trying to do. At this point, he really got into YouTube poo. It became so now it mainly edits videos. YouTube poo. He also uses in addition to
It's really hard to hear what he's saying in this section. Like, even with the audio, I turned the volume way, way up for this section. It's still hard to hear what he's actually saying, even though I know what he's saying because I read the True Wiki article. Actually, I don't know if I wrote that, but someone did. You know that? That whole... wow.
Here's the story about a little guy.
Oh yeah, so now we're on cutoff prevention for about almost an hour. I'm gonna go do some stuff like, I don't know. Let me see if I can set up like a nice little stand of some sort. I can't really. Oh well. Maybe I can play a game. Let's see what games I have. Play Pokemon Black. Can play Mist. Actually, I want to draw things on my Nintendo DS in this video. Picture chat with no one. How depressing. I'm gonna go in chat room C because C is like the coolest letter between A and D. Doesn't look like anything. I wonder what this music is. I'd have to ask Nineroe. Actually, I could probably use like some kind of app to figure out what it is. Like one of those sounds. None of these drawings are very good. They're all really bad. What do you expect from Picture Chat? I want to fill the entire box up with black and see how fast I can do it. Can't miss any pixels. Because if you mix a pixel, you die. I wonder if Nineroe chose this music because he thought I'd like it, or if just he liked it, or if it was completely random, or if it sounded like hold music, or what. But I actually do like it. It's more interesting than a lot of jazz. Like, I like jazz, I'm a jazz guy, but a lot of people like only like really traditional swing, but this is a lot more on the experimental end, and that's more my thing, so that's good. I do not like stuff when it's like super bluesy. I prefer like this. I think I got it 100% black. Cool. Now you can even see that even with the extreme glare. I'm gonna go do something now. What else should I do? Oh yeah, I recently got like all 120 Pokemon in my Pokédex, and Sapphire, maybe I can show you guys that, I guess. YouTube fans. Hey there, YouTube fans! Want to be a YouTube star? To be internet. Still not even halfway, but I'm patient. I guess that means I can't go to Mirage Island anymore. So yeah, I got the thing, like the thing that's hard to get, that you get all 200 Pokemon. I really do love Pokemon. Well, I'm glad you're impressed. I mean, like, every time you talk to him, he shows you this exact same thing, even if you, like, already got it. It's kind of silly. It doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, my trainer name was Ray, because that was like my, back in 2003, that was like my made-up name for what an electric type gym leader would be. Oh yeah, I brother traded me Jolteon. It's me! It's actually the Jolteon that is the reason that I exist, and if that Jolteon didn't exist, I would be dead. Because I wouldn't have materialized into reality. I would just be signals. Alright, so let's look at my Pokédex. Let's look at whole index. And now you can see all the Pokemon I got. All 120 of them. Hey, wait a minute, MycroProcessor. There are more than 120 Pokemon, silly. There are 200, at least in the whole index, which is the thing that you completed, that you are showing off to your peers in the YouTube Poop Tennis community. Wouldn't you like it if you were a god? Wouldn't you like it if you were Jesus? Wouldn't you like it if you were Arceus? Yes, you would, because then you could tell people that they are bad and be right, because you are the one that can do that, and no one else can do that. Would that not be a cool thing? It would be a lot of responsibility, though. You know what I mean, boy. Let's get back to our hometown of Nebraska. Everyone who lives in Australia is a Vulpix. But only if they're pesky. This is the guy. This pesky, the Plumble. He's my friend. Pesky, you're a cool guy. You're one of my favorite people in this community. I'm glad that I became friends with you. Let's find another friend. Except I'm pretty sure the other friends were earlier. Yeah, it's GameBop. Hi GameBop, you're like my oldest internet friends. I'm glad we became friends. I'm glad that I accidentally found you and you accidentally found me completely independently of each other and then realized we were the same person. We're like, wow, that was cool. There's some guy on the internet who actually likes Riven and Alita and Jewels of the Oracle and Obsidian and Rem 2. Ooh, I like this song. It's like Quarterly. Bacon doesn't like Quartles though. That makes me sad because I like them probably too much, but I don't care. I don't care if I like too much. Only I can decide what's right and what's wrong for me. Because I'm my own guy. I don't need no Jesus. Jesus was invented by God. People that think that God is evolution, you know? Like when you go and then that's like why and stuff. And so that's why when you go outside, kids, today, you'll find that there's some stuff that you can't do that you can do some places. Like I mean, you can go to the store. You can make YTPMVs. You can make a review of a tennis match. And, you know, you can do all kinds of stuff. But one thing you can never do, you can never tell someone that they're not, that what they're, you know, and like that and stuff. So that's why, kids, we have to respect no one. Like, don't respect anyone. That's dumb. Like, just be mean to everyone. That's a better way to do things. Because it's like, then people at least know what you're thinking, and they don't think that you're just like, you're not a fake person. I mean, that pretends to be nice to everyone, but is actually like not a nice person. Or maybe you could be quiet. Maybe you could just like never let anyone know what you think, and then maybe that becomes what you think. Maybe you don't have an opinion, and your opinion is just whatever pleases the most people around me. Or maybe you have an opinion, and your opinion is like whatever the people around you don't like, and that's your opinion. You're contrarian. You exist solely for the purposes of making other people uncomfortable. You know, that's a pretty cool way to be too. Like, no matter what kind of dude you are, you're a guy, a person, not person. You don't exist. No matter who you are, you don't exist. You're just an illusion. An illusion created by your own mind. Your own mind's just in its own mind. You know, because what even exists except for the mind? Well, we know one thing. Being is in the mind. 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 no matter what kind of person you are, intelligent, unintelligent, smart, dumb, racist, loyal, autistic, versatile, unintelligent, intelligent, intelligent, unintelligent, repetitive, deoxys, virtuistic, arbitrary, furry, weeaboo, nerd, jock, hardcore Mexican boy. No matter what kind of person you are, even if you are a hardcore Mormon fucking machine, you belong somewhere. You just need to find where that somewhere is. Maybe that somewhere is in your basement. Maybe you belong in your basement. Maybe you just never come out of your basement. You never look at the sun. You never see sunlight. You just waste away in your basement on your computer making videos. Or maybe you belong in your attic. Maybe you never come out of your attic and you never stand on level ground of the earth because you're just not that kind of person. You don't think you should stand on the earth. Oh man, I love all these like quartles. Like this music's really good in Nineroe. Thanks for having it be like this stuff, because I really like it. I really like stuff that has like tonalities that are chromatic based. I guess, you know, they're like so cool. And like, I've seen a lot in like improvisational jazz stuff, and like progressive rock stuff too. I guess just because it's so versatile, like you can use it in major or minor, or, well, I guess you can't really use it in major as easily as minor, but you can still use it, and it's just like a really quick way to like transpose between like any scale, and you can kind of work it into anything and modulate almost anywhere just by using chorals and not really even sound wrong. Like, I mean, these are like overt, you know, fourths that don't even sound like traditionally appealing, but there's also like really like, oh man, I love this so much. And Nineroe, thank you so much for this music. I really like it a lot. Like, I'm being genuine. Even if this video is really silly and half of what's coming out of my mouth is complete nonsense, like, I'm actually really serious about that. Like, this is really cool music. Thanks for showing it to me. I like it. I'll have to look up what it is after I'm done making this video. I'll probably do that. It would be nice to have jazz listen to. Although, I've been more in, like, I've been looking more for, like, I guess, like, futuristic, like, music, like, not futuristic, like old vision of the future music, like, or even, like, new age music, like, just, like, 90s synths and stuff. Like, I always like that, but I've been more in the mood for that than usual recently. So I guess, you know, you guys, you probably know more about me than you did before I made this video, because, I mean, you know that I like music now. You didn't know that before. You just thought you knew that. But now that you've seen this video, you know that I like music. Now that you've seen this video, you know that round 6 has been around in your mind this entire time, before round 1 was even conceived. You just had to open your eyes wide enough, and it came to you. You know, this sort of thing, this is why I exist. I exist to teach you how to be a real artist. YCP is just as much of an art as washing your hands after you flush the toilet, and not before. But there's some other places where, I mean, there's some other times where you might want to wash your hands a bit more importantly than usual, like after you've been, like, playing the piano for a really long time, because it might hurt at that point. Like, you know, sometimes I just like to burn myself on purpose, to just because it's like really hot. That has multiple meanings. Just so you know, there's multiple meanings of the word hot, and I meant multiple of them at once. That's how I feel about when I burn myself. So now you know a bit more about me, you know a bit more about some things that I like, and you know sort of what my room looks like. It's actually depressingly empty. Like, I moved here only like a year ago, and I was gonna like decorate the walls with like posters and stuff, but I don't know, I never got the chance because it's just like so much of a hassle. I'm usually really busy. I mean, obviously I'm kind of lazing around right now because I'm spending my free time trying to make an absurdly long video, but you know, when I don't have that free time, I sometimes forget to like do really basic apartment hygiene maintenance, so I'm a really gross person. I'm like that guy that is in that one TV show, Charlie Brown, where when you like get next to him, there's just like a bunch of dirt. That's kind of sometimes what I'm like, but I guess that's pretty normal for college students. You know, college students usually experience that sort of thing. But I don't eat ramen noodles. I don't do that. I just don't. Ramen noodles aren't really a real thing. I don't know. Maybe I'd like them. Actually, I might. Seems like something I might like, but I don't know. I'm more about I like microwavable meals that have like multiple things in them. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of silly. I like basically only eat meat, and so I'm like carnivore, and then I die because I don't have enough nutrients, but oh well, you know, who cares? As long as I die doing what I love. You know, that's what you want to do. You want to enjoy your life. If you don't enjoy exercising, don't exercise. Just get really fat and die instead, because it's a lot better than not enjoying life. Because you need to lose weight. Like, why would you waste your time losing weight when you can just get really fat? Like, I think people should just get so fat that it, like, is larger than the volume of the inside of their house, and then their house explodes, and then they just keep getting fatter and fatter until they're, like, larger than the Earth, and then they offset the gravity of time and space, and they kind of distort the fabric of time and space until they land in a world where everyone's like strange. They're colorful and they have fur for some reason and animal ears, and like, oh wait a minute, they're in the world of the furries. So what goes on here? Well, there's some things that go on here. Here in the world of the furries, there are a few things you can do. You can go, and then you can like. And you can go, and there's like some stuff and like that, you know. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. No, you're not right. You can't, and stuff. So now that you've learned all about the world of the furries, I can teach you some more information about life. Track 1. Boring Angel. Boring Angel is like one of the most boring pieces of music by One-Otrix Point ever. And that makes me kind of sad because I love odd time signatures and like weirdly timed arpeggios, and that's what he was doing there. Like, you know, the whole thing is like extremely fast, like 7/16 like polymeter against like 3/16 polymeter. Like, that's super cool, and it's all in like 90 cents. But I guess I like every other song on R+7 more than Boring Angel, which is kind of weird because you'd think I'd like the fast-paced polymetric one, but there are other polymetric ones, like Americans is polymetric, and Cairo has like 1716, even though it was probably not supposed to be 1716. It was like just a leak. I was watching an interview of When Electrics Point Never in the background while I was making round 6, and I was thinking, I kind of thought about it, like, it was kind of interestingly inspiring and also kind of uninspiring, because it kind of made me realize that a lot of his things he does are kind of like, not, but they are, no, it wasn't uninspiring at all. I don't know why I said that. That was a dumb thing to say. It was pretty inspiring, because you just, you know, it shows that he just does the things he likes to do and messes around, and that's kind of cool, you know. I think more people should do that. People should just, like, stop contributing to society and should just, like, only contribute art and especially, like, abstract art. And we should just, you know, we should... capitalism is a system that is doomed to fail. That's a quote from a famous person that's shown up in the video. Like, you know that quote? It's like about how you're supposed to, like, I don't know, it's like how you're supposed to, like, make it so that the economy is just imaginary, and instead of being an adult, you're a child of rage. You're the child of hope. You're the child of the wolves. You live in the wild, and then you learn about society, and you realize the real way to contribute is to not contribute. The real way to contribute to the world is to destroy the world. That's the only way. If you let the world be as it is, you might die. But if you destroy it, then everyone else except for you dies. And I think, you know, that might be a better outcome from your perspective. And if you're the kind of person who thinks from your perspective before other people's perspectives, maybe that's what you'll think is a good thing to do, is to just kill everyone in the entire world except for yourself. And then you might get really lonely, though, so maybe you want to, like, keep a few people alive, but you don't want them to kill you, so you should enslave them. I think if you do that, you really have a great chance of succeeding in something. You know, maybe it's not what most people consider the right thing to do, but, you know, does it really matter whether something's the right thing to do or not? I mean, the entire world was just created by some guy named Ken Penders who decided that, like, he wanted to copyright the entire universe, and so he destroyed some universe and then allowed the entire concept of death to cease existing. And now everyone is just, like, inside of their brain, you know, like, I don't believe that we should worship a geode. I think we should worship a sphere instead, because spheres don't exist. They're imaginary. You know what else doesn't exist? Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just this guy who created himself. He went into the internet and said, I'm going to design a character. He designed this guy named Donald Trump, and he pressed the button to allow this entity to exist in reality, and he ran for president because he made sure he had enough money to be a guy that could run for president. And he did. And what did he do? Well, he's been a beneficial figure in the world. He's opened a lot of people's eyes to what the United States' just true colors are. Now more people understand that the United States is actually a thing. More people understand that, you know, Donald Trump is a guy. More people understand that you can't die without being a guy. And he wants to just, like, get rid of half of the population of his own country. And some people think that's a bad thing. Maybe you do too. You know, and that's okay, because it's like, everyone has their own opinions. In my opinion, like, the best song from, like, Pokemon Gen 5 is Colress Battle. But in some other people's opinions, that might not be what they think the best song is. Some other people might think that the best song in Gen 5 Pokemon is, like, the prelude to, like, when you encounter, like, N or something. But, you know, that's okay, because that's their opinion. And if everyone had the same opinion, what would happen to the world? Well, we wouldn't have variety. We wouldn't have YTPs, we wouldn't have YTP tennis, because, you know, everyone would have had the same opinion as Super Yoshi when they invented YTP. And that you shouldn't take it seriously, you know, and tennis is too serious. So tennis wasn't supposed to be serious. Tennis is supposed to be anything. I don't know what tennis was supposed to be. It was just like some guy. It's like Conrad Slater. Conrad Slater is actually like Neil Slater versus Conrad Slater. You know what Conrad Slater reminds me of? He reminds me of like a cylinder that, like, when you put it inside of another cylinder, it's exactly the same size somehow. Like, that's just structurally advanced. And, you know, there's all this stuff about, like, how we can make the world a better place. One way you can make the world a better place is by becoming a police officer and convincing everyone to be racist, and then making everyone realize how bad they are for having been racist, and then figuring out that the person that convinced everyone else to convince you to convince everyone to be racist was actually the secretary, assistant person dude to the mayor who is also in jail, and then you put them in jail, and then a sheep conspiracy. And then, you know, like, when you learn that about the world, you learn that everyone's a thing. I mean, you realize that the only reason that people are attacking you is just because of these spheres, these blue spheres that you didn't collect when you were playing Sonic 3. You forgot to collect those blue spheres, and so now those blue spheres are being like darted at the people that at the big meat eaters, so that they like look like they're the guys that you don't want them to look like. That's what they are. But you know, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, like, yeah, like, you know, but it's kind of, yeah, you mean, you look like, you know, what, you're like 17 years old? Well, you're not 17 years old anymore, buddy. You're actually 63 years old. You just thought you were 17 years old because this entire, like, past 5 minutes was just, like, an extremely vivid flashback. But now it's almost over. It's not over yet. But when this vivid flashback... But I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to a different person who's having a flashback. Not you. Don't worry. You're fine. You're fine. There's only one specific person in the world who I'm talking to that's having this flashback, like, you know, many decades in the future from the time of me saying this. But to everyone else, you know, I mean, just, like, yeah, like, you know, I mean, wow, I rambled on a lot. I probably could have done stuff while I was rambling, but instead I just kind of talked. But that's okay. I mean, talking is an important thing to do. If you don't talk, you lose, like, reality. Like, I mean, everyone just becomes a signal. If you don't talk, you kind of stop being able to live. Because talking is just, I how you communicate. I'm gonna play some stuff on the synth. Where's Electric? I like Electric. He's gonna play some stuff on the synth with me. I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok. I think I'm gonna go eat something after I finish making this round. I've been playing the piano so bad, but it's because I'm not trying. I'm just holding the phone with one paw and playing the piano with the other. I'm just like making fun of music that I like because it's good. Only 3 more minutes until the end of this cutoff prevention. And, you know, after that, you know, I'm not sure what to do for the review. Should I just, like, kind of go back through, like, parts of round 6 that have been made so far at the point of this review? I think I will. I think I'll go, I'll just kind of do a quick, I don't think I don't know. I'm gonna make the video longer, and it's kind of the point. So I think I'll do that. I'll have to do that. But no, I can't do that because I don't have enough time to do that. So, oh well. I mean, I guess it's cool to just have this be like the lead up. It would be pretty absurd if I like stayed the extra time to do that, but I actually don't have time to do that now. I have to. This is kind of like the last thing I'm doing before uploading and rendering and all that. But I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun, YouTube, and YouTube, and Conrad Slater, and John. You know, I could just go on and on about why I think every single person in the YTV community has value. But only some people have value. Some people are worthless, like me. I'm completely 100% worthless. There's absolutely no reason. But that's true. That's fake. I'm the most important person in the world. So how can I be worthless? I'm absolutely the most important. That's why I made a whole video about myself, so now you know. MycroProcessor. What is MycroProcessor's video? Interview with self. Favorite color, teal. Favorite band, Planet X. Favorite video game, Riven. Well, that's the end. Oh, I guess I got tricked. So now you know what it's time to do? You know what it's time to do, Jolteon?
What is it time to do?
It's time to play really bad music on the piano for a little bit. Just so I can get out of my head. You see the world through your eyes, but you don't know that it's really just a dream. You see the world through your eyes, but did you know that Nineroe is a software is what you are best at sometimes, but you know, different things have different traits that can make them good, so you should always decide what you are going to use when you think you are ready. Don't stick to one thing, never limit yourself. Limiting yourself is bad, don't do that. Limiting yourself is bad, don't do that. Limiting yourself is bad, don't do that, because it's not good to do. Nineroe, it was nice to tennis you. I really like this match. I would like to maybe tennis you again, but I understand that you are busy. So am I, so it's not very likely. But that's just how things are. We can work it out. I hope you enjoyed this match and watching me make a fool out of myself. It was fun to do this. We should do it more sometime. Special thanks to Game Up and Architect One for giving me lots of ideas. Pesky, you gave me some ideas too. And the guy in the thread that told me to make my video 6 hours, you too. Everybody in the world contributed to my thoughts. And I guess that's just how inspiration works. Inspiration is the thing that comes from everyone in the world. Yeah, we know how to exist. Plane of reality that we formulate with our mind. It's just an illusion. YTP is a thing that
Don't make YTP. It will turn you into a good person, and you don't want to be a good person. A real person is a bad person, and you want to be a real person, not a good person. Don't make YTP, it will turn you into a good person. I hope you enjoyed the match. I guess that should... I hope you... And you know... Yeah. It was nice having you as a participant. Because, you know, I don't know. That's just what tennis is. And as soon as you learn that, tennis becomes the ultimate life force. And you become alive. So stay alive, audience. Every view this video gets, you will start to think. And the more thoughts you have in your brain, the more YTPs you can make. So do it right now. Make videos. Don't not make videos, because if you don't make videos, you're not following your dreams. Follow your dreams, destroy the world. Have a nice day.